of the game. So I don't know how many parts are going to be left, but it's probably not going to be a lot. And, we're going to have to be dealing with the final dream that's been hinted at, which is honestly one of the most painful, hands down one of the most painful parts. So, I'm really happy to be experiencing this again. Why do I do this to myself? Like, it really feels like this game hits a torturous stride when it's approaching the end. Like, there's some gloom and doom stuff throughout the game, but honestly feels like near the end of the game is when things get really dark, really deep, really painful, especially if you have experiences in certain things. Like, I deal with clinical depression. When I was younger, I definitely had more suicidal thoughts than now. Oh, but with Ruby, if you miss that one roll, like, she will kill herself, and for me, that's one of the most nerve-wracking parts of the entire game, hands down. And when I do the fascist run, I figure Harry would as a woman hater, would let Ruby kill herself. So, yeah, if you're wondering what run I'll be doing next time I pick up this game, hang on. Can't wait till I get the haircut. Will be the fascist friend just so I can bite the bullet and get that out of the way. Oh shit, really? Okay, it seems someone's... Get the ladder. Okay, I'm going to have to pause the game because someone's coming to the house and, I don't know. Okay, so... I'm gonna stand still, so... Okay, okay. Okay, I guess, if I have to pause or something... Okay, the white car is coming up. Here we go, and we're talking to the kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is Lil Lily your sister? Point to the house.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys look identical.
One of the boys nods. The other one looks at his brother and shrugs.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to say children are stupid. I mean, I think that, but I don't want Harry to go down that path. Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
That island?
The one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
Hmm? Not in agreement.
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No.
The boy answers, shaking his head vehemently.
Yes.
His brother looks at him, then at you.
Let's go with yes.
Lieutenant raises his eyebrows and whips out his notebook. Why is he the fire guy?
Because
The boy pauses the thing.
he asks to put the fire out.
The other explains. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
The boy looks at his toes. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to... used to go to Chu, the name of the... Okay, I'm going to take my nasal spray. Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Oh, fuck. I just mentioned having suicidal thoughts in the past and... Da-da! God damn.
Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. I'm just going to say nothing because your father did not kill himself and he killed himself all right. Both really feel like the wrong thing to say, so say nothing.
I'm sorry.
The one says the other, rubbing his brother's shoulder affectionately. Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Oh, fudge. Okay, fudge. Hopefully that will stop any sneezing. Oh, God. Children are stupid. Bye, kids. Take care. I hear I read on one of the Facebook groups that you can actually give Adette your Dick Mullen hat, and then the girl in the bookshop will just give you another one back.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
Try to sneak up to the phasmid.
It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing.
This is what I get for trying to be a scientist instead of a cop. I mean, I'm not even a good cop.
You were just following your instincts, your destiny. You're meant to find the phasmid. Just maybe not here.
You're itching everything and my body's going wrong today. This is a Shay stream. Give the dream of discovering the Islandian phasmid a rest for now. So let's see how the thought cabinet is doing with finding the homosexual underground. 6 hours, 21 minutes.
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace?
There was a phasmid in it. There was a phasmid in it. I was trying to catch it.
Oh. Okay.
She nods seriously.
Bye!
The girl's large, curious eyes remain fixed on you.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still. There are ruins underwater. You can scrape the paint, or worse.
We need to get to the island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
2 days of sunshine? I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
Oh, yeah. Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the nitpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. Actually. Get in and ride to the island. Get ready for one of the best fucking music numbers. I'm sorry if you're going to watch this and YouTube or Twitch has muted it.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. And the trees are green and overhanging, feather-light, free and everlasting. And the trees are green and overhanging, feather-light, free and everlasting. Want to be free.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Yeah, that was just a haunting song and a little different visuals than previously in the game. My favorite song, honestly. The rest of the train trails off into the ocean.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
No.
The skiff is swaying on the...
Okay. I thought leave would take me back and I got scared for a second. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. These stairs feel ancient. Soldiers' feet ran up them long ago. Let's... like Wainhurst. I have the logic T. Logic. Good with numbers. Wow. Glasses, do I have them? Less minus drama, a little bit dry. Okay. Oh, fudge. There's a lingering trace of mazotes in the air. Go down there. Right there. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Attention, inflammable.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Sorry. What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
Great importance. To the west.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers.
Head.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow, a big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa.
Kim.
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
Wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Open your eyes. Stop listening. Warm air from the inside of the building. It's warmer there than out here. This barrel says ICM. You are a star with little You see a star with little specks in it. You are a star with little specks in it. Oh, sheep suit. Okay.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
RCM. It sounds like RCM, Repatrol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
It's a little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need a rebrand?
No one remembers the ICM. The connotation is less important each year.
He bows to inspect the barrel. A white star. Point to the star on the label.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Finished thought. The little birch from the coin-operated viewer still holding on. You go. No way to get up there, the stairs are gone. But we're going, we don't need stairs. Oh god. Oh yeah. I got some Careful, those stairs have collapsed. So, books mostly fantastic and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. Actually,
Books and magazines like
no. Now let's get on the logic shirt. Actually, let's. Gosh, logic. What things do I have? Okay.
books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Light erotica, yeah. Probably too proud to read the really dirty stuff like I do. I mean, what?
Someone's made themselves a home.
Lieutenant inspects the softcover. Does anything stand out as unusual? Okay, cross your fingers. Cross your fingers.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Look, Kim, powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Leave. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. I got a new piece of clothing. Hand-eye coordination, sleeveless. Sorry, I love getting new clothing. Surplus winter scarf. What does this baby do? Empathy. Just want to keep Harry warm. Plight of the underclass. I can't decide. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. A magnesium-based life form. What's saving? Autosave. Oh, never mind. Thought that
You
was
see
another way
a
out.
small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock. No, this isn't one more door. We're opening it.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points the open fuel cap on the side of the dining.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Leave. This was once an armament rest. Oh, fudge. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the
The
keyboard.
keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
Turn emergency open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
Failing that, we could go back to the mainland to get some from.
My kinema? I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence, ouvert, reads a dial key. Allumé reads another. The frequency band says, radio diffuser.
Leave. This hatch is jammed shut. A firing slip, you can't stay inside. Oh, this is cold weather. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a large chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. It's really cold here, isn't it? Let's see. Sure, I don't pass by anything. The winch's broken rust has eaten what remains of the chain.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. leave it all. And walk
Why?
in. Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been. In front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
Raise your sight.
In the snowy mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of roses reaching to the water, with shimmering crowns, and finished palm trees and motor lorries upside down. Islets and the host, stepping up those, the water up. Go, step in. It's been too long.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No, 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 no.
Yes, 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 yes. Never stop like that. Not now. Not this time. This talk is over.
Shake your head. Yeah. Pain in your pelvis makes you winch. Then you continue. The inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with bromamine.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Branded name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of the tobacco paper opens the paper filter. Dio Motelli.
Tiamatiri. Like the ones we found at Land's End, remember?
Memory has been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs squeak as you lean on the mattress, craning your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up as a square in front of you. Behind a painting, 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
Towering skyscraper, its top floors shaped of Arcadian fire, cape-like columns. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
Where red chimney and collapsed back of the walls oriented from front of the whirling barracks. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10, the Duke of Commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling rags. You see the small flicker of white on the roof. The upstairs window of a large room into the snow, reflecting light.
Motherfucker.
Well, tell me, have you had that much to do with
Not like that.
him with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. It's inside it. Or reach the flashlight. It's easy to sniper.
He pats you on the back, 3 small pats in a row. Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress.
Wanna do the fucky?
He's conflicted for a second. There's a building there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Could the sure still be here? On the island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more. Says,
Turn away. Oh, here we go. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching. But you can't say where. Look at my cute little commie ass. Adult. Water rushes below. Far down below. Okay. How about we read a book? Oh, what's this here? Yeah. Okay, what haven't we read? Actually, let's get on the logic shirt. So we have a chance of reading stuff. Crack open this immense tome.
browsing through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the story of information. Only see advent of a confused jumble of facts. Inside brain, your multiplication to surveys is undone. Did you calculate that? No. Oh well, it gets always without time. Let's see what we've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Okay, I can definitely do better this time.
It seems rather unfair to try again after you already know those answers, but sure, if this makes you feel
I'm
better,
not going to know
give
the
it a again.
answers.
Question. Who was the first thing? Oh yeah, this is not gonna make me go. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Arum. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Vesper Masana?
Incorrect. Vesper Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the... Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I've got it, honest.
Dolores Day.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test again. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get an A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Close the book. Let's see. 4 hours. Let's see what else I get. I want to see what happens when I get the final dream and I complete the homosexual underground thingamajig.
Medicinal purposes of the pearl. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint.
Actually, let's do the whole gas thingamajig.
The console is powered off and covered in dust. Urgence Over reads a dial key.
Electrical devices do not work without electricity. We need to power the generator up.
Okay. Oh yeah, go up there, Harry. Go up there, Harry boy.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
Pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Okay, let's do this shite.
A dim golden glow.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Turn emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Ooh.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What's there? Point to the door.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Let's go. So let's see what other buttons we can press.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence
Push
ouvert.
light.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange.
Slide radio dial.
The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, failed insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., it cannot be remote controlled.
Okay.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Okay. Let's see, how many hours do I have for the homosexual underground? Okay. Let's read from the ledger. I think those
It's
tend to
the
take a
ledger you
while.
found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Browse the case files again.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files. Commit to paper. These are your last couple of months. You don't exactly close them, so much as it takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability.
Couldn't we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets?
Proceed.
Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day, when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke.
Yeah, if I damage something I actually like, you cry. Yeah?
He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Well, problem solved?
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
It worked?
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
I can revisit this.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sag.
Okay, how much time? Okay, 3 hours. Okay, want to read another case, folks?
It's the ledger you found in the trap. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Let's do the square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Sequence killer?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
3 hours. Fudge.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the permute,
Read a
it
case
takes
file.
about half an hour to piece one together. Using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
The couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually looked like assholes.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Not much has changed. The acidic stench of rotting food has rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
I know. Sylvia already told me I dunked it in the toilet.
If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it?
The option to sniff was there, so...
So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal.
Are you angry with me now?
Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose now.
Oh, fuck you. I don't need that bullshit.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Look at the clipboard.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What did you say the color was?
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside, light, Made of paper or cardboard? Or dried flowers, perhaps? Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Peek inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's something there. A rectangular shape, like one of those postcards that Annette told you about.
How would I open it?
With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Let's time. And let's get all the interfacing stuff on me. Woohoo! Interfacing. That's interfacing. Interfacing, 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 interfacing. Empathy. Interfacing, interfacing. 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 Okay. Endurance, pain, electro shivers, composure, interfacing. Okay, starts it. Of course. Let's go back here.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
Okay, actually, let me do a quick save here. God, I am so tired. I woke up, went to see a movie, came back home. So, yeah. It was a fun but a hard day so far.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Open the hidden compartment in the clipboard. Everyone, cross your fingers, and here we go. Yes.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just,
Slide the drawer open.
without resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Pick up the card. Well, actually, that's proceed, so... You can kill yourself, you asshole. Close the permeables compartment. Okay. Pick up the card.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it first.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. Exactly like the gum wrapper you found. The same brand of chewing gum.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. you think, although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting.
Yeah, that's right.
Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
Keep reading.
Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. As it pours down your parched throat, the pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
You know, I'm actually more of a magnesium-based life form now.
That's just a drug addict myth. In reality, you're still comprised of dihydrogen oxide, which you must replenish to go on living.
Drink.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
He hands you the remains of your ledger.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Just nod.
Good.
Okay, are we fucking able to go back to the island? God damn it. Okay. I'm going to have to go back to past save if I can't go back to the fucking island.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still. There are ruins underwater. You can...
We've seen you. Go back? Shit, we can't go back. Oh fuck.
Be careful out there. That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
Yeah. Okay, we can't go back, can we? Fuck.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as... That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of... well, most of it sunken. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Can we even fucking get on the island? Can't get on there, can we? God damn it. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, he said we could. I want to solve this problem. You mentioned something about the fuel in his car. So let's see if we can do that.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft... As you tap on the gate,
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
a metallic drill. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers, and the radio. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch hand.
Yes?
We- Okay, didn't mean to do that. See if we... Damn it. So, we're going to load game. I did not know that would happen. Okay. Whoa. That happened. I was not aware that would fucking happen, but
It's the
apparently
legend
that
you
is.
found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging. The slides snap back into play. Without resist, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are thin wax paper has been. It smells exactly familiar. A young woman. Harry, throw it away, please. Your hand. Every step I take, you jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. The air in your lungs feels sour somehow. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
Okay. So that happened. Okay, 2 hours. We know what not to look
It's
at.
the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Browse the yellow papers.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What type of forms are they?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague. A tool for manipulation. Give the lowest amount and people will be ingratiated to you.
Station call.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, Condition of internal organs.
Enough of these.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. What delicious power hid within this pathetic mess. You feel better. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
See how much time left.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Let's do a murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Wait, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Right. On with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Wait, was Joseph Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer had vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Go on.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Can you get high off it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Really stupid.
Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
He sucked his hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table and died.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
He must have sucked a lot of it.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
And what was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
1 hour and 44 minutes. Let's reread some
It's the ledger
cases.
you found in the trash. It takes about half. A.K. Leslie, the owner. You would think that, but you're wrong. Can you keep your threatening? It's plain to see from the files that you set. Good. He must have. In the process, he can't get out, which is also why the office. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of.
Okay, how much time is left? 59 minutes. Okay, we can do this.
It's the legend you found in the
Okay,
trash.
read a
It
case
takes about half an
file.
hour to piece. It
Third
would be.
bullet hole,
That's all.
but
Who knows? Don't worry.
sequence.
One day
Okay.
you may still catch the man. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch.
Okay, let's see. 44 minutes.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It takes
Case
about half an hour.
file.
Some assholes brought their insufferable. They were leaving cigarette butt. No, you didn't have time for that.
Homosexual underground. Yes.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Gosh. Oh yeah, this is how you do it.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
Yes?
I have big news, Kim. Tell Kim about how you no longer obsess over your sexuality.
Okay.
I have managed to stop obsessing about my sexuality.
Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just one thing, though.
What?
Are you part of the homosexual underground?
You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now.
Oh, I love you, Kim Boy. Yeah, but...
But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mine project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
That's the truth.
I was hoping I could tell him I loved him. Okay, let's see. What shoes do I want to wear for this occasion? Unless... Okay, let's see. Empathy. Let's see, nice pants. I like these pant colors. Let's see. That's nice to wear here. Okay, I'm going to do a nice little quick save here. Then we're going to finally take a break. I was really obsessed with getting to that homosexual underground before taking a break, and I'm going to make myself a nice warm cup of coffee so I actually am awake for this because it is painful. What's going to come next? Everyone who's played this game knows what's about to happen. So in this little break time, I don't know, get some comfort food, comfort drinks, and yeah. Take a nice big stretch and drink a big glass of water, and before you know it, I'll be right back, crying with you. Bye for now. Hello, I'm Josh, and welcome back to Disco Elysium, where we're going to have such a good time, and nothing sad and depressing is ever going to happen, lils. So, yeah. So I hope you have like your comfort food or, comfort drink. I have a lovely sugar donut and a really strong cup of coffee, so actually, whew. Okay. Woo. That really hit the spot there. So, the final dream that's been hinted at, I think, at least once. We're going there. I actually did this, did the dream after talking to the person who committed the murder. So this will be a little interesting take here. Actually, let's not take the tools there. Oh, I like the... Oh,
Yes?
nothing. Actually,
Yes?
let's see. Actually, let's see if we can ask him more about being a gay person.
Yes? What about me? Good.
Okay,
Let's
never mind.
change the subject.
The greasy old spring mattress lies in the corner, fresh linen under the heavy caracal cover.
The offer still stands. Take it. You don't look so good.
Maybe a little shut-eye. Just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close to your
The blanket
chest.
feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel
Until?
yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Oh, fuck. Camboy? Wasteland. Humpty Dumpty. Okay, this will be fun. Walk slow. It might be dangerous. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha 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 ha! Ah! Oh, everything's okay. Everything's fine. Well, my flowers bloom all around you. A rubber dinghy, it's deflated, broken. Let's see, where's my perception? Sheet. Endurance, pain, physical, electro, shivers. Let's see some things that will help me with perception. 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 Okay, perception. Oh, my perception shoes. That's what doesn't help. Perception. 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 Doo-ba-doo. 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 Perception, come on. Oh, that's negative perception there. Okay, where's my commie jacket? Okay, that sound. Yeah, you hear that thing? Okay, let's finish up this case.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out the fire? Their fire. Two twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
What make of rifle is that exactly?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
The Hinson Yu commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
His gaze turns inwards. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. No, not one move.
No.
Lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says,
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The little man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there. And yeah, the reason why I was not asking him, because I played the game before, I know it's empty, so yeah. Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, it's a Triangon made in Sinya.
Worn. Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
This uses jacked ammunition, 4.46.
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
He says mostly to the old man.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. Any time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indians citizen militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Europe, trained in the conqueror young, and started emergency execution of the East. I led my unit in illegal landing. When I returned here, May 14th, the command fallen, still armed, and ideologically trained. I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed Protestant
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands too. I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. And I wanted to leave for 48. A nameless sound until the sea washed over it. When I came back here, that was 22 years ago.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Understood.
Well done. I won't explain it to a minion of capital.
He's really far gone in his hate. Can't move on. If Harry lets the darkness in and lets it consume him, this is what will be his future, honestly. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
But he's not defending shit. No one cares about this place anymore. It's like people hang out here sometimes. That's it. What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis,
Iblis?
the black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed. Create the system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
He coughs once more, then put his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
You're insane. He's trying to justify his
He
madness.
does seem frail, gaunt for his age, more like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
Light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain. Point to your head.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Okay, let's see.
I need to die. I haven't. I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant's about to say something.
I wish the people of this city turn the lights back on. More idiots did.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Heartbroken. He can't move on, so therefore anyone who moves on must be an a-hole. Have you concealed yourself all these years?
And they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, a moment or two. They started to no one cares now. I don't even have time. They think I'm another antisocial freak. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He'd fall silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together from the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all distracted. Teenagers, rabbits, dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
It's not what you said.
The weapons cache under, say, Gislin 22B, point to it, in the basement. Have you been there?
So, when we found it, it's one of the small squadrons that belong in there. From the graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Still awake. Sleeping. Some nights, I'm not scrounging on others. Those were graves for shit, even before they corroded. I'm having to change that up.
There's a small bunker under the Fell building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there, broadcasting equipment to real broadcasters, propaganda officers, direct them to the leaflets, two young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the villages.
One more question. Do you smoke Thermox cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland? Point to Land's End.
They're good. Plenty of them. I like that boy in the back too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing. You said this is your termless surrender. We're with the RCM, let's leave it at that.
You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon quickly down no longer. I'm superior to the mediocrity. You want to know great variety of
Dan shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth. Over the charcoal in the fire.
So you're a communist soldier? From the communist army? But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Force.
Trained in historic materialism and assigned as a political officer. It used to mean something.
Isn't he just part of the army? Like, long way? Wait, what does a political commissioner do?
The older man does not point. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see the small tremble. Idiots.
Déjà, prochaine dernière conséquence de ces liens contrôle la validité de the community.
says softly.
Politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution. A future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you're like a priest?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly, then another drummer.
I'm also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Liberast?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
I'm not a liberal. I told you I'm a communist.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
He then turns to the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. The jitter passes his lower body.
Again, you've been here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where evening comes, on Rue de Saint Lane, hydrogen streetlights switch on, casting black shadows. Further inland, the street grid appears dark. Unlit men are parked in the cloud form two police officers step out of the whirling and rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean Fignet, black letters splashed across the front. Patrol officer Judith Minnow points west to the fishing village. She glances at the watch. 15 minutes. It's 10 minutes. Officer Scott, maybe behind the right. Civilians. One minute. By.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility.
Working class and the historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not go back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do. So that's why.
Don't say it.
What can I do?
The old man suddenly looks around, suddenly confused. Sorry, my ears started to hit. Oh my god. Hang on. And back again. Yay! Sadness! I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. Used to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after.
He shakes his head.
So he continued killing.
Did you use the gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Colonel? He leans in and cups his ear.
He just wants to hear you say it.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. Lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a smuggler and an officer of the commune repair shop. I do not collaborate with the terrorists of the liberal regime.
There was something I can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals.
Okay.
You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Fuck you!
Now, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
Fuck. Please say it doesn't talk about me missing.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
Taking anti-acid medication. Woo!
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it, we have the murder weapon.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistic. Okay, hang on. Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes!
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course! Thank you, Head, thank you!
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
I wonder what kind of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. Cross your fingers, folks. Cross your fucking fingers!
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there. Near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that death.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
Lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists or fascists, done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
One thing, where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
The view was perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Another son twitched, then one more in his right eye. Okay, sorry, thought I saw something in the camera. Strange.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
Okay, let's back off for a moment. Tell me this.
You're lost, Dwat. You're lost.
He takes his head, tufts of gray-white hair on his skull and chin. One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now.
You're lost, Dwat. You're lost. I ain't got...
Okay. Let's see, composure. Close. Let's do composure. Composure. Hang on, let me get the pillow. Since there's such a long conversation, I took the pillow off my lap. Just resting my hands. Okay, no composure there. Composure. That's trauma. Composure, composure. Composure, 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 composure. Civilization. Composure. God damn it. Composure. Yeah, composure pants, baby. Well, that's -1 composure. We don't do that. Composure. Composure. +1 composure. Composure, 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 composure. Save here.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Okay, assess his body language. Fingers crossed, everyone. Da-da. Oh my
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit. He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished.
Hey, on. I know there's like some people that say, oh, don't, you know, don't mind losing a roll or two, and for some rolls I'm okay. But other times...
Minions of capital. What do you...
For a 60-year-old...
Okay, let's do this again! Woo, woo! God. Okay, come on.
Minions of capital.
For a
Okay, let's try again. We can do this. Come on, we need to believe. Ooh. Yeah, I should have taken a nap after coming back home, but I'm an idiot.
Minions of capital.
What strikes
Yes!
you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He is surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated? By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Drow? Are you okay? How is your memory? Oh no, I'm just like in the back of the car like something's coming. That.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the
Okay.
stomach thing too, of course.
I'm just not hearing any thunder. Shit. Okay. Shit. Joseph Leovich Strauss, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Kortemer.
Is what you plan to say. Before you can get past, you're under. The lieutenant interrupts you.
Officer, are we sure? We could maybe get more.
One more thing, Mr. Drowse.
The old man looks at his rifle in your hands, a little startled for some reason. You startled him. Maybe it was the silence. He quickly gathers himself. Still, what could he be afraid of?
Now we are done.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now onto the boat.
Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him there while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Something is happening. Stop. Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that net picker to watch him?
This is no harmless old man.
Lieutenant shakes his head.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Below the confusion raged a fit of Jama's view like yours. The thought passes, more pressing matters take its
No,
place.
listen. Listen now.
Wait.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it,
What?
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shh! Kim! Do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Fuck. I was trying to see it clearly. I think I might have caught glimpses of it.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is! I see it!
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Lieutenant whispers and takes a step toward the giant anthropod.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen carefully.
Ch, 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 s, ch, 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 s. Be afraid. You smell wrong.
Your corpse will be marked by stars. This is the Insulinian phasmid.
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of the jacket unzipping slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Stop. Let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has stopped fiddling with the camera, but does not put it down.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Just listen to me.
Shh. Okay.
The lieutenant puts his finger to his lips and
The
nods.
spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Say something quietly, something like, "Hey."
The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light, like the slightest gust of wind should blow it away. But it doesn't.
Like it. You've just approached a cryptid, finally seen that it's real and you're not crazy, and you go, "Hey!" I'm good. Approach carefully.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
It's smelling me!
Maybe it is real. The pheromone.
The lieutenant's mouth is agape.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets. Breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Raise the other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Don't pray to me. I'm nothing.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Lieutenant watches you apprehensively.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst,
Oh,
one by one, letting out that same smell like summer burning.
tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire burning.
Fire? Where?
On the horizon, pale fire. The thing we're both sensing is coming to an end.
That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind.
Sorry. Oh. Oh. Sorry, just got an achievement, so I didn't hear what the fastbit said. Okay, let me read it. And I'll tell you about the achievement once I end the stream. That's your problem. Oh my god. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind.
For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intrude upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
What the fuck is happening right now? I'm glad to be me. An incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you.
Aww.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Aww.
in honor of your shit, Lieutenant Gefreiter, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Well, I like that implication. Not even the birds. Like, the birds are... The birds goddamn know shit. I own 4 birds currently, and I tell you, they are some mischievous little fuckers. And all we can do is beat our fist against it day after day with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Oh, I love it. Sorry, cuteness overload. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the insulating Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revershaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here, Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
I have already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I am having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
No, I told you what it's about, our fate.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Okay, I think not to do most beautiful, because I think that related to his ex and therefore show he hasn't recovered as much. I think this one would be the best one for recovery. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You are lovely. I love you. Damn. Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
Hear the lieutenant's whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds against the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up the slimmer limb higher.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control. The stimulus overloaded it. It's passing like an extended moment or a gallstone.
We got it.
Don't say it. Are you sure? This may be the only chance you get to touch it.
No, wait.
The arthropod towers above you, frozen in place. A twitch passes one of its hind legs as you...
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Oh, never mind. I thought that was a new choice. Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Oh my god! So, Kim Boy, I told you so!
Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand in the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Okay, but first, we need to get checked. Eee! I love that phasmid. Okay, let's look at her passport, boys.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Look at the photo.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
I think the phasmid took it.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Maybe this is her real passport, not a fake? Because this is her real name.
No, she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too.
What's her real name then?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie or Klasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
Put the passport away. So let's see if we can find things washed up. Okay, let's see. Oh wait.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See.
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at them. He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras,
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how... Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here for a long time. He knows how much of it of it in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Droves.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the Surmatic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
Show him the Ornish passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Drows?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid.
Lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open.
God damn it, I should have probably found this before talking so fast with all.
The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Okay. What is this? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's just that. Okay. Let's see, what if I put... Oh, God. So, I'm going to end the stream for now. I know we don't have that much long to go. But, it's way longer and I should have stopped after the fast. I'm just sort of confused, like, we didn't even get him talking about Klaji, and that's probably because fuck. Hang on. I'm gonna look shit up. Do you have to show the deserter the scope at the end of Disco Elysium? Okay. Deleted by user. In-game questions. Did I miss out something? Go to the island walkthrough. I'm sorry. This is a question I really need to answer. You rest on the bed, leave the blast door, walk north, take the gun out, question about the bunkers. You'll learn to find the murder weapon, hit yourself on the head, approach the phasmid. Okay, you'll earn some. Eventually arrest him just before an attempt to talk. Dance him. If you fail or don't, then ask him about himself. There's composure check and ask him why he's not with the gun. So, my first playthrough, I got him to talk about Klaji and how he was basically jealous of her not choosing him. That's maybe another playthrough. Well, the first playthrough, at least near the end of the game when I started streaming it, it's on there, so you can go there and see that. But oh yeah, what I promised you, seeing exactly what. Okay, what I got. So what's this one here? See expert advanced remote viewer. See beyond the veil 6 times. Okay. Let's see, what's this one? Nothing. Okay. Okay, the one I got today, the opener of the 8th seal. Warn them of the coming end 8 times. So only 3.48% gamers unlock this. Let's see. We've got some more rare ones here, shit too. So yeah. Opener of the 8th seal. Woohoo! So that will be it for this stream, and next time we will finish up the game. Yeah, we only have one more stream of this to go. Woo! Honestly, I would like to get past it, but it's late here, so yeah. So give yourselves a pat on the back. Everyone who watches this stream, just give yourself a pat on the back. Those of you who've been watching this stream since part 1, large slap on the backs there. We did it, folks, and you're here. You stuck through this shit. Woo! And I wouldn't be able to end this stream if I didn't mention, you know, how you can get into contact with me outside Twitch and or help support me. First link is to, well, I'm going to say it, or all these are in the About section. I have a Twitter where we can discuss Disco Elysium. Like, you tell me how your playthroughs went, if you've managed to also talk to the deserter without talking about Klaji. You know, tell me your theories. I want to know everything. I love this game so fucking much. I love it. Woo! Let's see. Oh yeah, I also have a Patreon, and the Patreon supports longer streams like this gigantic fucking game. Also, my nightly Minecraft streams, my other longer streams, the books I'm writing, everything to do with my blog. Also, about the books I'm writing a grimdark superhero reverse harem series. Currently editing the sixth book in the series, and I've taken a little break because I noticed myself getting more tired, and yeah. I'll begin editing that again probably in a few days. Let's see. Oh yeah, finally. Oh, not finally. Oh, I have gigs on Fiverr, book promotion, ebook cover design, and tarot reading. So if any of those sound interesting for you, just come my way. I love to help people and I love money. And finally, I have merch. Now it's on Redbubble, and I need to find time to get working on releasing the latest design, like for maybe nearly a week now, sadly. I've had it all designed, I just need to put words on it and upload it to Redbubble, so. Yippee! So that's it. I do not know when I'm going to be streaming the end of Disco Elysium. So best thing you can do is follow me on Twitch or subscribe to me on YouTube, and you'll see the grand epic conclusion. Does Harry stay in the police force? Does Kim join? What the fuck happens about the Phasmid? So you will not want to miss out on this. This is such a fucking great game. I love that I'm playing it again, and there's just options that exist in this playthrough. It's, oh my god, it's so good. So I will see you when I see you, and until next time, goodbye.